Hello, Eagle. Hello, Sylvia. I think that pancakes in the US are made differently than in Germany. Perhaps that's the true source of confusion. Let's hear, Eagle. Even before me! How'd you do that? What the? We live in the future. Oh, of course. I Nemo. Welcome. What is this emote? This is like the second time you've done this. I'm so confused. What is the... What is the idea behind this emote? You have the mouth popping, but the eyebrows are waving. What is this? What's going on? Maybe it's sexy. You say maybe as if you are uncertain. I don't know. Is it sexy? I have no clue. Hey Nemo, I have a question. You seem to be in the know about a certain fruit that is an enemy of Nintendo's. Is that just gone? I saw they had an issue where such fruit's lovely. Yes, indeed. Is that just gone? Is that impossible to get now? Do I need to, like, preserve the fruit I have in my computer? Forever? Hello. Hi, Pecan. I already forked both it and other. The other one known as Yuzu. Oh, good. Okay. You have fruit in your computer. For now. That's good to hear, though. I was nervous it was like... the tree was chopped. It's all gone. Let's think about fruits. Okay, to drop the lingo. The emulator for the Nintendo 3DS and the Nintendo Switch, I believe, were made by one company. One group of people. And, they essentially got in trouble because they had started, I believe, either they got caught doing, versions behind a paywall. Like, hey, if you subscribe to our Patreon, you'll get it early, right? And that counted as a, you know, an infringement on Nintendo's property, as it were. And they got basically forced to make a message about, hey, our stuff's being used for pirating and that's bad. And it is. Twitch.tv. And, they had to take the stuff down. We don't know the details of why the makers of the emulator settled, but it's assumed they were profiting from actually illegal stuff piracy. Which is bad, Twitch.tv. I'm so very happy that those people got taken down for the act of piracy, which is very wrong, Twitch.tv. This is my favorite song and dance. Because if anything, Nintendo needs the money. For real, Twitch.tv. There's no sarcasm. Twitch.tv. Haven't looked at the citrus fruit alternative since I already have the citrus tree in your backyard? Wow. Well, you don't need it because you're a real 3DS, obviously. And all the real games that you have that you pay $200 on a secondhand market for. Because they haven't re-released anything. I'd say something like, it's so strange that Nintendo's so protective of properties that they haven't touched in like 20 plus years. As if they're making any money off of something on the GameCube. But that would be bad for me to say, so I didn't say that. That was a hypothetical, Twitch.tv. Piracy is bad. Love these conversations. Because I get to inform you how bad piracy is. Dude, if anyone ever, like, Twitch staff watched my VOD, and they were like, this guy, what the hell? He follows our rules to the letter, I love him. He does a great job at making sure everyone knows piracy is bad. And so that's what they'd say, because that's what I believe. In full. Twitch.tv. Alright, enough playing with fire. Let's see. Hi. Once again, there may not be a lot of a dev segment. I'm running into a situation where I'm getting a lot of catch-22s. Today I was going to work on a melee detection system for using the melee weapons, when I realized that the way that I'd want it to be done would be that it would have to use and match animations from melee weapons, which I basically don't want to do until I actually make the melee weapon, or someone else along with me makes the melee weapon to then be imported and then be used and animated and such. But that is, the situation there. Otherwise, I was contemplating a system for swapping between those weapons, because basically I have two options. I either manually have it be like, oh, you press 1, you have your gun. You press 2, you have your melee weapon. However, as unlikely as I am to use the system, it may actually be better for there to be an array of weaponry to select from. And the buttons represent the index of said array. Hi. Because it's particularly the druid. Hard coding it like that wouldn't be that bad. Barring, like, in the future I wanted to add different weapons, which I won't do that. Or the druid. Because the druid, in theory, has 2 weapons. And then a secret 3rd weapon when they transform that then also has different abilities. But that's more like you load as a different character, probably. That's gonna be a mess. I don't know. But to be safe, it's just to do the fucking index thing. It's just one extra step. Anyway. But that all really hinges on me making models and animating. Which, by the way, Eagle. I purchased the bundle that you linked for $1 because doing more than $1 gave me a bunch of really? God damn it. I was gonna do the swap, but in reverse. It gave me a bunch of Unity stuff, and God knows I won't be touching that engine. Hi guys, eating. Hi Mikey. So what I'll be doing is that I'll be watching the videos that came from said bundle, revolving around Blender, and I'll happen to be in a Discord call. For no particular reason, twitch.tv. Now, if you would be interested in happening to be in a Discord call while I happen to be watching a video, do let me know. I mean, I'm currently having it within Rake's personal Discord, but I can move it to our Discord and have like a streamer on Friday knows happening to watch a video, twitch.tv, in a Discord call that is also in there by happenstance, twitch.tv. A new bundle become a 3D artist. We'll have to see what this bundle does first. What information we can glean out of it. Because I imagine that once we have the bare bones, we can then extrapolate from there. I'm thinking that, and this might be a huge mistake, when I animate, because I have no doubt I'll end up doing it, something, I think I want to aim to have like low frame squash and stretch style. Because that looks cool. And also, in theory, will be easier. In theory! The stretching will not be easier. But, not having to worry about in between frames and such could be helpful. Example. Oh, what the fuck? The Spider-Verse films. Those are low frame rate animations with squash and stretch. There's a lot of like still frames to like emphasize things. Show? You want me to show a film? I can't just Oh dude! Whoa! Oh, thank you! Dude! Wow! Custom settings, dude! Wow! Thank you, Mikey. I cannot show you. I cannot show on stream. Not sure what you have is stretching. Oh! Okay, hold on. I can show that. I just Google squash and stretch. Actually, you know what? Here, I'll just show you a smear frame. Here. This is what I'm referring to. Yeah, who is shocked that I know animation terms? Anyway, this is a smear frame on the television show SpongeBob. And this is one frame of animation that's played between two positions to show quick movement, essentially. But that's a smear frame. That's not the same as squash and stretch. Squash and stretch is like... Here we go. Google also has me here. Here's some squashing and stretching. That these are individual frames in between what are key frames. To emphasize movement. Any questions? Overwatch animation. Well, yeah, they use squash and stretch. It helps with it's a very good technique. There's a good reason they use it. It helps to add speed. Technically smearing. Yes. You are correct. But it's a very quick visual way to show what I'm talking about. Because if I do this, if I look up squash and stretch, and I show you what is objectively squash and stretch, this is not helpful. Like, this is squash and stretch. Also not too work-intensive as full frames? Yeah, exactly. This is not as helpful. I know it shows nicely, yeah, but like you can't like envision it in movement per se. Like showing the smear frame. This one, this is technically a smear frame. Just on that tech into the booty emote, yeah. Anyway, I guess that was the dev segment. Look at us go. Here's something interesting. They now have like a zoom in button. Not even button, just my mouse cursor zooms in. Anyway, this is Lethal Company. If I could spell it. It is not Lethal Company. I am a fool. Analyze the pixels. Look at that crosshair. You think this is Starfield? I don't think so. Tarkov? This is a little too, smooth for Tarkov. And too smooth for Starfield. I'm more willing to say it's like Redfall. It's PC, PS4, and Xbox One here. Metro? You're fighting a robot. This is a robot. Literally any shooter. Well, it has some stylization to it. Titanfall, no. This is not Titanfall. I think this is an objective marker. Here. 86%? Destiny. That might actually be it. Let's try Destiny 2. No. Radioactive. Radioactive. Yeah, no shit, by the way. You think this is Wolfenstein? Oh, they do have... Yeah, this is totally Wolfenstein. Cyber Pilot. Wait, these are the same image! I want a refund! Well, at least we still know it's Wolfenstein. The question is, which one? New Colossus? You think it's 2? Alright. There we go. Man, these are the same image. What the fuck? Hi, this is Wordle for March 12th, 2024. If you wish not be spoiled, please just alt-tab. What are we thinking? Hey, what are we thinking? Alright, this is the same picture because someone fucked up. Alright. It could be this. Sure. That's past tense, so I don't think it's that. No, it's not really past tense. But I want to guess it anyway. It's a good one. You do think it's Eve? Hey! Hey, how's everybody doing? I am getting worse at the not saying stuff in Wordle. It's been 687 goes. I feel I've earned the right. No one cares. I mean, it's a thing. It's my word. You know, I said I won't, and then I do. It's a problem. You know? Like, okay, yeah, even if, like, I'm the last one doing Wordle on Earth. Still not good to do. Econ linked me a smear frame. Thank you. It is a problem, but not for Wordle. What? Where is it a problem? Can you specify? When you said you won't, and then you do? Okay, in like a German way, or... I guess it was only a German way. The alternative is saying that I will and then I won't. Your mom's a German way. She is? When can I see her? What's that supposed to mean? Are you not aware when he's like, no, Chet, I'm not gonna, no, I will not, and then he does. Hey, how about that turnabout for tomorrow? That's turnabout for today! No one can escape their past. That's very funny. Hilarious, even. Is that sarcasm? Rare sarcasm? Hey, the sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we've run, our past remains, ever present as the moon in the sky. It feels like an intro to, like, a fighting game. Who are you maining, guys? Who do you main? It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. All Ace Attorney games are fighting games. Verbal fight. I mean, is it though? Because, like, you can't lose. Like, if there were, I feel like if there are routes for if you failed cases, which would be amazing, by the way. I think I'd agree with you. But because you literally can't lose, because there's an option I can turn on right now to auto-play the game and auto-win, I don't think it's really a fighting game. This is just a visual novel with a quiz. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Can lose but you reset. No, when you lose, they force you to reset. There's no difference between what I do and me going through all the animations and then back to the loading screen. There's no difference. Hey, after this past year, it's ever granted that those two would always be here. The fighting comes with the fighting the save reload system. True. Ace Attorney PvP win. How would you decide who won? That feels like you need to drag a third literal judge in. We should play more visual novels. Generally, I'm not interested. However, I do understand Mr. Wannabe, a voice actor, should probably play visual novels. You have a judge in the game? Yeah, but I'm saying it's like it was PvP, and both the prosecution and the defendant are players making arguments. Then you would have to have a judge. Because what, were you gonna trust AI to do that? I wouldn't. Hey, it's never granted that these two would always be here. Now, Paulo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth. In my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Even quieter here than usual. Yeah. Seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. Now, Athena's the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. Are you familiar with "Oh, sir"? Basically that. I am not familiar with "Oh, sir." And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What if I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. Thanks, Trucy. I need that push. Trucy's right. Trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm gonna prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on the hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. Before we go, I'd better type the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So, Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to the people at the Space Center. I still find it funny when I was done streaming yesterday, Mickey goes, "What?" Hey, Cosmos Space Center entrance. We're to Cosmos. You have a minute?
Galactic scooter, full speed ahead.
Director? He scooted away. Of course I did. I thought you'd keep playing. Sorry. His presentation instantly saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Watch it be no one wants to talk to us. Yeah, what's like the vape table? Was that there before? We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yeah, and I came straight here. It's all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You give me a second chance to fly into space again. Can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought I'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? As I lost for words, I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. Then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. Then I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the very best defense I can. Promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Paul's a fine boss to look up to. They believe to go to space, you first have to see the stars. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. But what could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I have the foggiest idea. And before she's actually guilty and you get her off on a technicality? I doubt it. We were with her like the entire time. It's gonna be strange. So there was never gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. Imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Danny? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun in the trash chute. Just as I thought. Government was carried away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck? Was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female? Tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. Door? Yeah. Recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. Door launch pad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. I mean, the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2,
They used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money.
Oh, that was Phoenix that asked if the door 2 was the... Are these voices different enough? I'm nervous they're not. I mean, I'm giving Starbuck a little bit of Fire Guy treatment, but... I heard you. I'm sure are tough.
Danny, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go.
Hey, why not come along? I can show you around.
There, now it's very different. Leaf. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. If they're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. They look more crushed up. These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor that they came that way?
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Oh no.
Oh yeah!
So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh?
Yep! But this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and it opens sesame.
Hi, Nemo, specifically. Nemo, you get to have his fries. That's right, I remember the bit. Nemo, eat his french fries. Go, hurry.
So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. It's like how the corporate didn't need to scan their prints. And they escaped back out the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Still 5. I think this is technically 6. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Hold on. Wait. No, 4 was the cosmic one. We're currently on 5, which is a continuation of 4. I hope that helps. And then 6 is the DLC. Imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Interesting. Hey. Guess the refuse to lead my good name. Reverse course and full speed away.
George Cosmos, wait. I know this, Daddy. Take that.
The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife throw? Why is she throwing knives at a person?
And the street continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear better. We've had many skirmishes together. It has been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up.
I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I should be treated honorably. I'll be back. One moment.
Hi, Jacob.
Hey, Necro. Welcome. Oh, and wait, Cosmo? What? Oh, yes, Cosmos. Yes. Is the blinking part on the dance? The eyes are the nostrils. Oh, I'm upset. How dare you? Those are not his eyes. He's just breathing very hard, that's all. Anyway. Hi, sorry about that. My grandpa came back, he got his blood drawn. And I I make a dad joke where I ask, did they make a good sketch? And my dad goes, You're not a father yet. You're not allowed to make those. I don't get it. Okay. He got his blood drawn. So I asked if they made a good sketch. Because they withdrew blood from his body, aka had it drawn. And that's the same as the verb for drawing. They had his blood drawn. Like they sketched it. I'll be here all week. That's what I'm saying. That's a good one. Hi. Speaking of drawn, hey, speaking of sketches, speaking of squash frames, did anyone notice that we have a new chaos adjacent emote? I may in theory remove the chaos emote in exchange for this GIF. Behold the differences. Don't you dare. Okay, never mind dare. That's amazing. You think I wouldn't? You think I'd just do that without a reason? Look at the little guy. In another server, I was part of the nostrils, and we got outvoted 12 to 14. Well, those 14 people don't understand art. So I can keep them separate, but I do think, which by the way, this was done by Mikey. Done well by Mikey. I squeezed the word well into the middle of her name. I apologize. Your PayPal now. It's great work. It's great work. As the curator of this exhibit, I am honored to host this piece. I am contemplating if I make that the new chaos emote and take down the chaos emote, or keep them both up, but there's no reason to use the old one if you're gonna use the GIF. You know? So let me know what you think. Ashley made a really good joke today too. To randomly make the conversation about me, I'm on vacation for spring break, but I still do homework at a coastal town, so I went for the mini golf and I was swinging too hard. Well, I'm excited. Continue. We should just play with GIF. Please do change the name to Chaos, otherwise my muscle memory will fail. Oh, that would be the goal. That would be the goal. So we like the goofy art style, the OG. Okay then. I'll ask. Okay. I've made a poll. You can't redeem GIF emotes with channel points? You're all right? Yes. Just got to a new doctor. So I said I have to learn how to put it more delicately. It's kind of proud of it, even if it's not the best grammar. Can't redeem GIF emotes with channel points. So that's why they give you more GIF slots. To fuck over poor people. Anyway, hey. There. As a prisoner of war, I should be treated honorably. Director Cosmos. How long was I gone, by the way? Should I put up the BRB screen? I apologize for that. Hey, Director Cosmos. When you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, use your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us, tell why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, again, I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, where every secret's left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner...
No secrets left, huh? Beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads.
I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone.
I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Let's see. Where to start? This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion.
Master Terrain guard them on authentic adventure in space. How do you suppose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing?
I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with this medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Sure.
It wasn't this person, was it?
Are we done here? Quite busy with the aftermath, you know.
Oh, guess I was right about being wrong. Well, I did say it wasn't this person, didn't I? But I still contend that, without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
It wasn't the person. I'm gonna keep throwing people at him until I get it.
Take that! Take that!
It was Clay. You must have gotten Mr. Heron to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them into him. And then when Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum.
So please help us, Professor of War.
Was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch?
Aye, if I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all that trouble?
It seemed that's a compelling reason why you couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident?
Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it's my duty to ensure the astronaut's safety.
But it was just a warning. It couldn't have been a prank. It could even have been a prank. Why do you believe it so completely?
Because I went to one of those mediums everyone's talking about these days.
Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone.
Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally.
Hello, Sunflower, welcome.
My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see.
AKA a regular old telephone.
It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't been yearned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call.
Bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident.
The Hat One Miracle.
The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few people know about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank.
I knew I'd tell you to go easy on the next service, but... Yes, the Hat One Miracle really was a desperate battle against sabotage. I even lost the life of some of my staff members in the fight.
Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle.
I let my guard down. Thought that the saboteur had been caught. That the case was closed.
Huh? Wait a minute. I need to go get Winnie.
Hi. Wild Sandwich Head appeared. Not quite. I go out there to get my dog. My grandpa goes, "Hey, can you help me print this?" And I think it's not a big deal. Open it up, press print. Starts printing, no problem. I swear to God, it was like 30 pages. So I'm just sitting there like, okay. Oh my God. It just kept going. But I have Winnie now. And he has his pile of papers, his novel. So all's good. You have an inkjet printer? I guess. I don't know exactly what printer it is. It's just one that works, and that's rare. My friend had a visit from the TV last in Goons today. I asked if he has TV, and he said no. And they said, "You must have, you have an antenna on the roof." He said, "I've got milk in the fridge, doesn't mean there's a cow in the house." Bro. What'd I miss? I got Winnie. That's all I've done since the last thing that you said. So nothing's happened. Anyway, hey, wait a minute. That's music.
The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Oh. Can you print this one thing for me? Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Option is laser. Inkjet pairs go brr, brr, brr. Let's go. I think it's inkjet. I'm gonna call you Big J. Well, I guarantee you he won't. Pretty much promise. Here you go.
Take that!
Mr. Lawyer, you must be very tired. Why don't you take a nap in one of our zero-gravity beds?
I guess I picked the wrong person. Although, I do like the sound of a zero-G nap right about now. Now I'll have to wait. So the cyclock will have to break.
This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Well, if he's trying to protect him, and he worked with him, is it him? Or is it her? Go with him?
Take that!
Yep.
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same, so you thought that he committed both crimes. While Prosecutor Blackwell is behind bars, you got another threatening call. The culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time.
You keep seeing straight through me.
Who's the emo boy? Oh, that's been the persecutor. The prosecutor this whole game. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's been here. He didn't recognize Blackwell in court. No, I'm pretty sure he did. And then we have his older sister, who I hope we never see again, because chat will be unstable.
The reason why Director Cosmo will talk about why he switched to launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. Sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago.
Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. Oh, but he's a weeb, Seiko.
If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch to launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago.
7 years ago. The so-called Hat 1 miracle?
Launchpad went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme.
So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience was an accident. Not only that, but
Before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming and going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through these checkpoints.
So, do you have any clue who's responsible for the sabotage?
Very least I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know if I identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, a spy.
Spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Oh, I guess we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material. It's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. I am the spy.
Make no mistake, it's cut the rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage.
Same MO as this time.
Yes, I thought the perpetrator had been caught. Looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing?
There's good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy.
Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation.
They did indeed. Then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story.
And that was the Howland miracle, wasn't it? Then, 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage must have been director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plan just like this time? That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it?
That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It's quite a moving speech, actually.
Moving? Really? If you're easily inspired by political talking points.
But I knew the truth. We'd been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. I knew that there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. First, I stunk in the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from the boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repair sign at the door of launch pad 1 in the boarding room, boarding lounge 2.
You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do?
I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Darren.
But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it?
He'd already been through enough, and he's not good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. Our plan went well, until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one could find out. But after all that effort, Taryn is dead, and the hat too is destroyed.
The Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast.
My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for.
Hey, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in the blast? You think the guy drinks coffee? Cosmos? Here? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? What's in?
But the samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder.
Mr. Starbuck. No. No coffee.
The capsule was held in a safe in launch pad 1. But I gave it to Taryn before the incident, so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the stage of miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one that capsule was lost to. This loss had the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. Capsule was there, the courtroom is evidence. It was blown to smithereens.
Yet another casualty of that blast.
Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads.
What? How?
Police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap of my advanced communication system.
A wire on that phone?
Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch. Just select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident.
You can't help me. Dude, the hour shift fucked me up. I'm gonna be honest. It fucked me up. I had a great thing going right before this change.
Oh, just for the incident, staff members were coming in and out of launch pad 1. The culprit probably switched it. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then.
Yes, if they're tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off.
I can tell.
What are you trying to say?
Trying to say this is low energy stream? Hey, everybody. The big giveaway. Like and subscribe.
You were tight yesterday too?
What the fuck? Nobody said anything. Hey. Please, no. Quick, activate the Michael Jackson grunt compilation. Okay, Ash Ketchum.
Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the spies behind this incident that went 7 years ago?
Yes. I'm sure of it.
Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell's been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of the 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at the very Space Center too. So we can find this phantom? That's right. They've cleared Athena's name. And it's a matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit 7 years ago is the same person in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. It's still an if, though.
Wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without his handcuffs. But if you're gonna go on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin. We're all done for. Santa Claus is new.
He's gonna be alright, Daddy.
Oh, at least he'll be in good company. Must be planets out there you can spin with. It reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too.
If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Don't mind me, I'll keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieves spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to Space Museum. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
Funny.
There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura, Blackwell, even Ponko. And my dog's upset!
Why is that jacket ruptured? From the explosion? I would guess. Pretty likely. I bought the wrong dessert.
Dear God.
I've never seen the woman on the right before. Who's dressed in yellow and looks like Athena. Everybody looks so happy, well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check on the newspaper article too. At 1 launch imminent. There's a photo here. Photo of the Hope space probe. This is only natural to talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping the secret just like the director said. Denny, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team uniform jacket.
You can't be cooking that up. Oh, I can't be cooking that up when Athena looks at the photo and goes, oh, that's my... And then Phoenix goes, that's your what? And then she goes, oh, nothing. I said, that's Taryn. And just pretended like she wasn't gonna say that that's my mom. Anyway, it must be the Hat 1 team uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo. Why did you know this? Because I pay attention? What do you mean?
It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member, it says. Not replica, huh? Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks.
You couldn't wait until the surprise came up? I'm sorry, I'll pay less attention.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh my... Miss Woods, what bring you here?
I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. Oh, you might be here at the scene.
Is he so worried? But rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart.
Got some soy yogurt instead of the oat one. Oh, unfortunate. Thanks, ellipses. Mikey, this is just a prediction. Are you saying that I'm truly cooking and therefore I must be right? Am I not allowed to make predictions in front of Mikey anymore? I feel like I'm consistently ruining things for Mikey.
Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Oh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? That's her mom? She used to live here with her mom when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know.
No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? About her mom that worked here? Sure.
Athena's mom worked here. Never doubt me ever again. Never, ever doubt me. Ever again. Never, ever fucking doubt me. This is your fault. It's my fault that I informed you of the information you're going to be given in 5 minutes. I would have gasped so hard. Oh, I'm sorry. Should you have gasped 5 minutes ago? When I made the prediction, you would have gone, you're right! And then it turns out thanks. Okay, I'm the villain. Got it. Good luck, Nemo, unsweetening your dessert. Hey. Could you waited 5 minutes? Then I wouldn't have looked smart. Don't you know that this stream is entirely about boosting my own ego? I must look so smart. Guessing the twist 5 minutes before it happens. Mentioning the thing that happened 4 hours ago. Makes me look so much smarter. Anyway.
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
I'm not unhinged. You're unhinged. Hi, Hattie.
But why is a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
The murder? Sad memory? Can you tell me about it? The murder that was pinned on Blackwell?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to that part. Yeah, they keep throwing like one line of dialogue well before the true reveal to like foreshadow it, but if you pay attention then it's like, oh shit, yeah, she's involved with one of these people. She's involved with Blackwell. Blackwell's sister's here. She's freaking out at the photo. She's not freaking out because Blackwell's in it. There's a tie here. She must have lived here. I'm assuming that mystery person's her mom. It's that easy. I spent hours planning how I'm gonna cram her into the chat. And how did you cram her today? By saying that you're not unhinged, I'm unhinged?
Same time frame as that Hat 1 launch. Tina's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? What?
Go ahead, Mikey, gasp.
After it happened, Tina stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time she never let on at all. I was so worried about her, I came here so many times, hoping to see her.
Wait a minute. If you came here...
But I never saw her again.
If you came here so many times looking for Athena, and Apollo came here so many times with his buddy, the astronaut, how did you two not meet before? The same man? Okay, I'll make sure not to speak on my own stream.
After a while, we started exchanging letters, but I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Quart's case?
That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy.
This is kind of sad, though.
What was Athena like as a child? She's very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's a completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went out to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Oh,
I wonder what kind of research it was.
I think Eshai's doing these voices himself. No, man, I just sit here for like 4 hours, just looking at the screen.
Because of her special ability, Tina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends.
Because we played hooky together. So do we. Yeah, we're just hanging out. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't talk over the game.
We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Danny, show her that picture.
Atta girl. Good idea. Hey.
Let's take a look at this.
Let's take a look at this photograph.
Oh, look, there's Tina's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Meta Sykes.
Athena's mother's murderer.
Did it, by any chance, have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Wait, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected.
That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that make the crime Prosecutor Blackwell's convicted of? Is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. Got our plates full, Danny. But we can fit it all in before the day is through. Detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Dialogue's a bit loud compared to your mic. Okay, I'll make sure to turn it up. It's good. Is alright? I need to get going and there's a well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. And okay. So if that made sense, then I think we're good. Hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tenate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he's saying was so incredible, I just come right over and hear more. Incredible? What's he saying? Why don't you hang around here for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I'll give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You. What nerve you have to come here? You're the one here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no question. Violence, no. Question? Okay. Is violence the answer? No. It's the question. And the answer is yes. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Answer me this, Mr. Tenate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and was the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. That's who blew up the courtroom. Expect us to believe that. Easy there, Tracy. I don't see any psych logs. I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me. I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it out piece by piece. You just believe you're innocent? He's innocent of the explosion. He's admitting to the murder. So. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Oh, God. Well, I hope you're ready for Professor Blackwell's special brand of question. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Ms. Sykes. You gonna see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning's over to see her. After all, we came this way too. Gets us back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab. Dang. Alright, sounds like a plan. Psych? That's what the youth say. I don't think they spill it that way. Oh no. Oh no. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look! Over there! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? What they're talking about? Well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Oh my god, Apollo. Trucy and Mr. Wright! If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're gonna defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Because she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate's more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Tarrant? Oh, Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant... Mr. Tarrant, how are your injuries? Mr. Tarrant... This is the pretty lady people were losing their minds over. Yeah. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. You're right. And I'm a spirit medium. You could use the TikTok TTS lady for the robot voiceover. I see it. Good news. Yes, sister? What's up? Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I tend to defend Athena. No matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. The annotation job gave me an hour of work for $20. How delightful. Do they really pay? I looked into it. Do they really pay to your PayPal? Is that what they do over there? So it's not a scam. Well, the question is if she did get that $20. It's a little sus. I mean, it's not like you're giving them your social security number that way. So if anything, it's less sus. If you're truly concerned about it, there's nothing to lose there. I'll be back.
Hello? Hello? That's how I got my Twitch money. There you go. People pay big money for bot training. I'm under NDA, so I can't be specific. I can. It's you just make sure a robot doesn't give shit. Anyway, hi, sorry about that. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too, and help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Jeep. Gah. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. It's a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through the lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes. I want you to say if we don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation components created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcended humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Oh, damn. They were lovers. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. That's why Widget looks so much like Clonko. Yeah. And we're in the blast processing reference to the Sega Mega Drive. Clonko's a truly important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The programming Metis routes runs on a separate mainframe. That's a smart choice. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are actually just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gotta find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's quite a way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear from your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And when he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. Seemed like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, though she's nothing like her. Besides,
Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? No, I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran to Aura yesterday. All makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then.
Well, that doesn't settle.
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything.
Okay, Mikey, you see that? So what she just said is going to come up 4 hours later, so I hope you're paying attention this time and you won't gasp when they reveal that the murderer is...
How long are you gonna hang around in here anyway? Well, we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant.
Oh my god.
We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Come on, go show them out.
Certainly, Miss Sora.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I'm following orders. Is Apollo gonna be the prosecution in this case?
What a way to get shown out. Then never that woman. What's with that horrible attitude?
It's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
Guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay. Desago Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious and like that. We're siblings. I was gonna make a joke, but they're siblings, so anyway.
I guess that's true.
Does he mean that he's usually silly and dorky?
Kinda, yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone.
What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone.
What's at the office?
Back to the office.
Well, here I am.
This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. Must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here?
Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me.
Wait, I was in writing.
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you.
I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off the details.
I'd love to come visit, but right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift.
You can't give her a 3D model for this. You just this doesn't look right. At least make like a different art piece. Okay.
Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's still a spirit medium. This Magamata I use is on Cyclox. Maya's the one who gave it to me. Thank God it still has charge. I don't have a charger for this thing. I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Maya.jpg. Make her evolve. Oh my god. What? It's Pearls. They give Pearls a 3D model. It's Pearls. And she grew like 2 feet. They have Pearls, but not Maya.
Have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls.
She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. Very talented one, at that. Known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way to bring me a letter, did you? How old is she now? Let's see. 17? How long has it been? What? She's 17! How old is Maya? Maya's like late 20s then, isn't she? Dude, time do be going forward. What the fuck? Oh my god, it's been 10 years. Oh my, it's been like short of 10 years. Oh. I feel old even though it's not real. Yeah, I was thinking she's like, oh, she's like 15, 14, 12. Nope, 17. Jesus. Time flies. You know? Bro. Fucking... How? Oh my... Maya's older than me! 27! Oh my... Hey. Hey, I'm as old as Maya! You didn't come all this way to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Oh. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah. Here it is. She has the same gestures. I like that, actually. I like that she's still like, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass. Here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I never had to clean this place up ever. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you two girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Osprey with Black Quill if I don't learn more about this case. But the trial's still going on. They mostly hung him down at the detention center. Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you still haven't said a word. Wait, hold on. Hold on. What? Who's talking here? All this time and you still haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Oh, I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Okay, so those Aura are... Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow? What's she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I'll see you next time. I'll listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan on my sleeve. Hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Turn the hair gay. Turn the hair gay. Wow, I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, don't know. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in the court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. Bounce back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but is this the just thing to do? But, as a result, Sykes Dona was arrested. Is that just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry. It was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. Why are you calling me Mr. Lawyer when we're like the same age? I wouldn't take things so lightly, if I were you. Right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? He looks... when we're head-on like this, he doesn't look 28. This guy looks like he's 16. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where'd you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof. Right. Winnie's upset. I'm gonna take care of Winnie real quick. I don't know. Winnie! He looks like the butler from the Addams Family. Really? Are you sure? I remember his hair being much shorter than that. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Ouch. This wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? Also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest's leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell! Please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without a question, me. I stole Sykes Dona's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There's not much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Or are his eyes like that? Makeup. I'm crying, yeah. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. I don't want to think about that one. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so as a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to murder the scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now. Guess I'll have to see it some other time. What was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? Here he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. I'm putting this one away. Why does it have like a Breath of the Wild, like, selection indicator? Why did this get, like, YouTubed? Whoa! Bloody blade! Like, what's the... Yeah, it looks... No. Yet this proves nothing. Yeah. Oh, what about, like, this arm that has, like, a blood stain on it? And the fact that you can't see his face. Like... It's very easy to explain this one away. Jesus. Anyway. Are you sure the blade is not behind the glass? Suppose not. Maybe that'll come up. Maybe you spoiled it, Mikey. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat-1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. Oh no. Oh no. A reporter, you say? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if it was Brushel? 3D Brushel. I'd be so excited. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yeah, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So, he was given a death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Can you imagine Brushel hit the gym and now he's jacked? I hate Fulbright. I don't mind him. He just reminds me of like store brand gumshoe, but I like gumshoe, so I'm happy with store brand gumshoe. Anyway. Oh, Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to. But you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why is Professor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. He's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. Can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Moshi moshi. What? What's happening? You gotta be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making a big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors hostage. They did what? They did all? No. Trucy. We have to get over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Are you kidding me? Aren't there only 2 of them? The riot police are here. And the robots really are holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. It's about bad robot. Can you say he's trying to help me? Recognize that voice? Hey, Fulbright, you okay on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Pearls? What are you doing here? Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news. I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Clock isn't the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. And... Oh. Holy shit. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Ha ha ha. Klonko? Ah, human beings are our enemies. It's time for machines to take over.
The robots are rebelling.
Everybody run!
It's a long war. It's the end of the world.
Fools. How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll get you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's Space Museum. Danny? Danny, is that you? The sole peacekeeper. They sent Phoenix right up as the negotiator. Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage. Danny, they got haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. That girl talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Flip right here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? Just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer? I know I have absolutely no right to make such ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it, I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet. The sausage taker. Could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunka Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunka Junk? Purple theming? Horns? Last name Blackquill? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls. Posture Blackwell. Even if you don't, I have plenty of you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Oh, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident? I believe you have personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? Quick, it's time to pull out the magic tricks Juicy taught us. And I make the hostages disappear. What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it, retry it in court, ask about it. Let's retry it, fuck it. I propose retrying the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It'd be an official trial, but at least you could find out the truth. Ah, that's good. Real good. Hey detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? That's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunga Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now, follow Hunga Junk. Riot police, make away. They're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help with the investigation. Thanks, Brills. I appreciate that. Okay, going in. It's gonna be Apollo? I don't think so. I don't know. I guess it could be. Aurora dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
A guest. Floor it. You fucking race down here.
I trust you've been well, right?
It's our boy, he's back. They're so back. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Straightens hair. Roll the Gangsta's Paradise theme song. Theme song? What? Didn't sound anything like I thought.
This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids, and apparently we've never been in contact for 7 years. We faced off at the court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? You're,
Why is his hair like that? What do you mean? Oh yeah, not just muffled rap music playing in the distance.
you know... Not prosecutor, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A little is nothing more than a title. A title's nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss?
Yeah, but it's funny. It is funny. Although I can't play it. Yes, Archie. Welcome.
So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the URI 1 case. Wow, she's good. She ran all the way to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
I've heard you do Edgeworth in so long.
Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help.
From you. Fix his hair.
I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was psychologist Dr. Mentis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes of them for you to see. What a terrible way to die.
Well, do you assume I haven't been lurking for 2 hours while treasure hunting in KCD?
Fair. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. This will not be updated.
Stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced to the heart, so death was instantaneous. I see.
The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Detective Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. Yes, Fulbright, but wait, what? The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I heard this trial was over in a flash. Yes, the guilty verdict was declared only in 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, there was decisive evidence against him too. Security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means He must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Dr. Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage are behind the Mat 1 miracle. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwood of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat-2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. All I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together.
I think it would have been cool if the prosecutor was Apollo. Well, this is also cool, so I'm not mad. This is nothing. Yeah, whatever. Fine.
What's this? It's like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. At charging stations for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
Remember when he would not help when he was prosecutor at all? Well, I mean, this time it's a little different. He would help if it was different, like this.
If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh?
Jar.
It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Schnick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. A cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? Staff member or 2 police officers, was it? They were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? What they're talking about?
In later cases, Edgeworth would also never willingly cover up the truth as part of his arc. Yeah, that's what I mean, is that, like, if it's, like, different, if he's wrong, like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want his basically employee to be murdered, or, sorry, executed, but theoretically murdered because of the okay. Anyway, Edgeworth,
did those 3 people have a bag with them to transport the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. How did you know?
I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all.
Just looking at the case for 7 years ago on his own, is he?
Really? It doesn't mention the bag. Okay.
An emergency ladder. This is the one they used during the evacuation. An explosion disabled the elevators, Vader. So I learned my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to, too. As Miss Blackwood was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. Wonder what would have been scarier, that or looking down.
I thought these were cheeks. Right there.
Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here as well as in the victim's body. It was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. Try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch it. Lucy. Hey, it's moving. Needs to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. Sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Neck? Please don't push any more buttons. Pearls. That is curious. Laura's desk is a mess. That doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do. Metis. Oh, she just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis. Echo off. Echo off. There's the Breath of the Wild arrow. Yeah. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Don't put me in the same class as that woman.
That's psycho! What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? He lost Dr. Sykes' mother, but Aura Blackwell, Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend nights crying, and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. Before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? Guys, we can fix her. You guys want some, sandwich-sized plastic bags? Zip bag?
That murderer destroyed so many lives.
Right. Taking a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Hong Kong Clonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Yes, please. Sandwich Dad. No, there's no sandwiches in the... Okay. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. But yes, these... Do you know what a sandwich zip bag is? It's like the size of it. It's not about, literally it has a sandwich in it. Not this one, anyway. You can put a sandwich in it.
I'm done.
This is one heck of a robot. They're such a married couple. I don't know what you mean, sorry. Okay. It's a plastic Ziploc bag. Do you know what that is? So imagine the size of it could fit one typical sandwich. That is a sandwich-sized Ziploc bag that I put into the closet here. Anyway. One heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law.
That's a big sandwich? No, the Ziploc bag is smaller. Wouldn't a paper bag be better? Not if your sandwich... You want your sandwich sealed, I guess. It's about the size, whatever.
I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron JTO2.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Poe. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They're building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed. Sorry. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
You can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock here too.
Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. Sorry,
I heard there's like an asteroid these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilizations.
it's been a minute.
That's like we're on a new space race with every country out there.
A probe as in katana? No. She just has a katana. And they're building a probe.
Yes, hi, Brood. I think you've been here. So the person who stole it, do you think it was a spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because he was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit.
Well, I guess that's about it for this room.
So what do you think, Ryan? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yeah, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been on one for a long time. I know, you look a mess. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return to it. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, Convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Oh, this would actually like the job I have now.
Oh, and get a suit for God's sakes.
Right.
Thank God you took out the hobo outfit.
Also, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. That's the espionage aspect. I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on your phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. This is for the beginning cutscene. I know you look hot with the hobo outfit. I know you looks hotter with that hobo outfit than you even did. What? I'm sorry? I think he'd like the hobo attitude. You think so? Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah. It's for this very reason I returned. And it bring you to an end. I know you did. That's why I asked. Excuse me, Phoenix, why are you hacking up? I'm gonna end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law? It sure comes a lot these days on TV and in the papers.
Should I mention what he was saying while typing that? No, it's fine.
I hear there are false charges and fabrication of evidence more than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. The lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, the prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. That's right. He's talking about my case, and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. It's just me and his bro getting more furred than last time I saw him.
The hostage taker's disdain for the cults is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. You have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots and has the purple theming and the horns and the Blackwell last name. Only it'd be Laura Blackwell. Who else but her would want to retrial that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she did it to force Ms. Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve your one and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help you uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but
I'd like you to do a hostage taker something for me.
I'm gonna kick your fucking ass.
I mean, I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already giving her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh?
I'll see you in court, Edgeworth.
Even if it'll be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again.
You absolute psycho. Anyway. Because, you know, there's going to be like a couple lines of bullshit spewed out of my mouth. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Mr. Riot. Oh my god. I'm probably too. I knew you'd come. After all, the first step is interview with the defendant.
And because you're my friend and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was also proud of herself. She came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about this place.
Oh. So, you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
It's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep anyone secrets from you. Alright, let's break it. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with that. What happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time.
That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
So at the Space Museum that evening before the explosions, this is before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said close for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in.
And the director couldn't very well switch the bands if there were people in there.
But I snuck it anyway, because I'm a bad bitch like that.
Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. What I really wanted to see was her jacket.
A jacket on display.
That jacket on display just blew the case wide open. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? I know everything. It's over. Anyway. But I should have known it would have been easy to get over such a traumatic experience. What did she say? Oh, sorry, Mikey. I'm not supposed to spoil things for you, so you can gasp in about 5 hours. So I'm not going to say what I noticed. Anyway. I missed it because of your joke. This is her jacket. Here. This is her jacket on display. That's all. But I should have known I wouldn't have been so easy to get over such a traumatic experience.
As soon as I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me.
You got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long did you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until noon the next day. I don't even know about the explosions.
Something's off about the jacket versus the proof of the murder trial. No, I can't explain it to Mikey because then Mikey will be upset when it's true. So I have to shut up. Don't explain it to Mikey.
I was out until noon the next day. I don't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around. So I just went out on the boarding lounge too. My mind must still be fuzzy, because my memory is still vague after that.
Stop. Jacket is fine, Mikey. Didn't miss anything. Yeah, it all lines up. Don't worry. Okay, you could say I don't care. Well, obviously you do care. Why else would you type in chat? So I'm not gonna say it. I'll say it when it comes up. In like 5 hours.
I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? It's gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I'm so upset. Do you want me to? Okay. Do you want me to share with you my findings? Do you want me to share with you my findings? Do you want that? The music even stopped. No. Okay, then we're fine. See, I was right. Anyway. I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. Give it to yourself, cowboy. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. Jesse said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Wow, robots that can understand people.
I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't know all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. Guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones.
She always wore these big, heavy, goofy off headphones. Look at the top of her head.
I had to wear them every time I went out. I hated them so much. She wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
She thinks she's about to laugh, like...
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It's too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me were with our widget. And this earring.
The shape of rare she dropped straight out of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's about a piece of real moon rock she had for research.
Athena. 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 Someone, hold on. Athena. Hold on, let me grab this. Athena, what the fuck did you just say? Athena. Wake up. What did you... That's a... Shut the fuck up. Never say that again. Especially not in jail. Okay. Get... you were saying, Athena, about your beautiful gold, made of gold earring. That's crazy. Wow. I she did love me. In her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm sure she really did. But that's what I want to believe too. No, stop writing that! Jesus Christ, game! Guys! A giant moon rock chunk is missing? And we're just going to, like, graze over the fact that her earring is made of moon? Can we I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I'm sure the paper had found in the robotics lab. Ah, Ponko said it. He must have gone to the robotics lab. He seemed to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah. Or the men that grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of these cute little robots in the photo too. Ha! Say Ponko's bandages. I put those on her. I just wound them up around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. Hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have many human friends besides Jenny. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought if the robot broke, my engineering would help get it better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something weird on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Got well soon, Paco." And yeah, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing that made him move the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she could put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. That just looked like magic to me. What she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seemed to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yeah, a little. And this person has even taken hostages. Guess I better spare the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prescott Blackwell might... Yeah. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait. Did you know him back then? Yeah. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He's very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Like now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please have to listen to me. Please have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. It's hard screaming that it didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You're only 11 then, right? You're very brave just to give the testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But I don't think I said that any good. I was shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even if I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up into my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. And I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Physically, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I wanted to save Simon. I had no idea how. And I met Mr. Riot. Thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I'd prove that Simon was innocent. And I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. And I started it. Well, like, she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell's due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial 20 hours ago. Did Mikey pay attention? She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save.
She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
Yes, I did.
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He's happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was. I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here.
I think it might be Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble.
How come these went over my head but not yours? Because I'm the one reading them. I've picked up like the 4 lines of them going, oh my god, is that? No. Her. I have to save somebody in particular that I used to know. You can, whatever, never mind. And those 4 lines, it's like, oh, yeah. There's only like 20 people in this game. Most of them don't even reoccur. There's only like 6 reoccurring characters. They have to be related. It's a mix of those two. Anyway, we're in trouble.
We are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Only 20 people, like across the whole game. I don't know.
Oh no, this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial when it's underway.
That's my phone. I have to answer this. It's Trucy. It's my daughter, you know what I mean? I gotta answer because, you know, my daughter, you know, mushy mushy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. It's time to pick one of those hostages.
No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first.
Poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
Oh, sure.
There's something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Or Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya? Wait.
He's using the same phone. Bro. This Australian Twitch's automod system hates me. Oh yeah?
I heard somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. It must have been really something. Although, we were just par for the course with you.
Bring Maya here.
Courtroom. Blew up. That's it, there is a courtroom we can use.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Yeah, I want to say hold it.
Aura, please don't add to the list of crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you?
It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial.
Weird last words, whatever.
We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber.
Transcept using the C-word challenge impossible. Playing Helldivers and suddenly an Aussie joins and starts dropping it like nothing. It's the best word. Jesus.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location.
It's like befitting.
Get the place ready right away.
Didn't exactly pick the place for it. I didn't pick the place for its astonishing factor.
How about it? Ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
What?
Not Prosecutor Blackwell. I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom. Mr. Wright. What's she talking about? Was she talking about Athena? Of course. Why didn't I ever occur to me before? If Professor Blackwell's innocent, someone else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Hmm? No way. It can't be true.
Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Hold it! And then fucking Edgeworth comes in.
Use this.
I didn't think this would take this long. It's been just short of 3 hours. I'll push a little further, but we're gonna stop soonish. Don't you dare! Alright, jeez.
I did a little research. Those are those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
Did? It's great. Really appreciate it.
The red cyclock protects a secret person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yeah, that's exactly how I got the truth of the Detective Fulbright Dr. Cosmos, like 5 minutes ago.
But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that that person isn't even consciously aware of.
No, that's not. I don't. Are we retconning those? Because the last one, I don't. I'm pretty sure that man was aware. I'm pretty sure. Evil Gavin was highly aware. Who was the last one? It was Gavin, Evil Gavin, and the question was about why he murdered the guy we were playing poker with. They were Blacklocks, yeah. We weren't allowed to access them. He was very conscious. In fact, actually, I wanted to look up. Hold on. Actually, this might be a spoiler. I was gonna look up. Actually, no, I can do it like this. Hold on. Ace Attorney, Black Cyclocks on Gavin. Alright, this is a Reddit thread. Hi, comrade, a lot has happened. Pearls means that Athena doesn't remember it? Well, yes, but that's exactly what it is that they're not consciously aware of. Why did Kristoff have Cyclocks? What was the secret? What is the secret Kristoff is repressing? Oh. Okay. I miss so much Pearl grew up. Yeah, she's 17. Okay. So, here's people's explanation about the difference here. So again, in the previous game, Christoph Gavin, the evil Gavin, murdered Trucy's dad. And we asked, hey, why did you do that? What was your motive? And the black locks came up because of like him not wanting to share the motive. And we thought it was like, he's so dead set on not sharing it that he's like blocked us, is what my initial impression was. But with this lore, that it's a subconscious secret, I just read Redditors arguing, and I guess I'll take this answer. The idea behind his subconscious motive was that he was so freaked out that in his like work for perfection that this dude picked Phoenix, the like clown of lawyers, over him. Made him so pissed off that he murdered the guy later down the line after ruining everyone else's lives involved. And that's his motive in the last game. Any questions about what the fuck I'm even talking about? That's what we knew. Well, we knew it after. Take a break. Take a break. I always saw it as regular Cyclops being a person being normally secretive to protect themselves, but black Cyclops being things that they can't even let themselves be aware of. Well, that's what we're being informed of right now. From Pearl. But I initially thought that Gavin was like so... Did you even take a break? Yes! What? Excuse me? No, the last time we saw Black Cyclops was in the 5th game. Gavin had them for his motive for murdering Trucy's dad. And I thought that was him being such, like, a mastermind that he could not be convinced to release information. Even if we had evidence. He'd be like, I don't care. That was my initial interpretation. Any questions? Interesting. So what I just read was that the theoretical explanation to upkeep this, I got one actually. Okay. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food and oven eat the food? I don't remember the middle part. The explanation I read was that Gavin was so distraught about the guy picking like clown of a lawyer Phoenix Wright over him that he just like spiraled into like insanity, and he like blocked that problem, like, oh no, they're stupid, and that's what those black locks are about. Like, he was such a perfect prosecutor that surely couldn't have been his problem. He doesn't care. That guy's an idiot, right? Yeah, die. Why'd I kill him? Just because he deserved it, I guess. It could be because he picked Phoenix over me. You know? Anyway. Alright. Should I try to catch Comrade up with this case? Oh, by the way, Miles is back. Mr. Edgeworth has returned. Do I even attempt to catch Comrade up? You can try. Does he want to be caught up? That's the question. I don't think he's here. I think he's taking longer in the bathroom. Why are you in the bathroom? Why are you locked in the bathroom? Try getting a job. Where? You can go to the tower in a body bag. Got good news for the both of you. Yeah? What? Not everyone is a speed pooper. Is that directed at someone? What are you trying to suggest? I like, even in his like edgy state, Apollo still looks nice. It still looks like a fine individual. How do you do, Mr. Justice? I didn't poop. Couldn't be me. I think he's talking to Winnie. Winnie poops quite quickly. I don't think Comrade's here. So I'll just keep trucking on until he shows back up. A secret that a person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off. Even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops. According to my research,
A black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, I'm the careful I could traumatize Athena for good. Okay.
Pearls, could you stand by Athena's side? Apollo is that dude in your class with linen glasses and straight A's in physics who bought a leather biker jacket and put gel in his hair. You see what's happening, but it ain't happening. All right. Damn. All right. Jesus. Man, good thing I don't have a face reveal. Dude, Archie fucking roast me. You know what SJ's like? No. Please. Anyway, Barrels, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright. Will you be good?
Do you put gel in your hair? No, but I'm just saying that he was so good at that I'd be scared. That's all. Just a general vicinity. Alright. But will you be alright by yourself? Will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength to impress him.
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not. No. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I know you're with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright. I'll do it then.
Good luck, Mr. Nick. I used to gel my hair. Nowadays I use the smart girl technique. Style your hair as you dry it. I used hair gel once at Carnival. I prefer short hair. At Carnival!
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this room is my battleground.
Is there a robot on the... Hey. Alright.
Daughter, some facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this one more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you.
I want to post a GIF, but I have to do it in Discord. I will not get up from my bed. I'm okay, just wishing we win.
Me too.
Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes.
This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor?
However, this ridiculous farce is a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which the prosecutor was found guilty of murder. In that case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can't find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the courtroom system. If we do find it, which is what's supposed to be said. Whoopsie.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else.
Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes.
I'm sorry, Bryant, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. Prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Damn.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off.
Gay.
Defense? I hope the defense has applied plenty of chapstick.
I hope the judge is putting some sunscreen on his head. Me too.
It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwood of false accusations and in this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena's innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage, Josh?
At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply. Spy.
I am the spy. The sexual tension is off the charts. The glasses are off. Small brain, safe word, large brain, traffic light system. What?
True culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. And I don't have no choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell to expose this.
Jesus Christ, Archie. Isn't it the same as the first thing? We gotta play that, Phoenix and Edgeworth fight each other in the Yakuza scene. They're going, EI! Like that! EI! EI!
Anyway, I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
I am the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for Chief Prosecutor, bet your honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Whether I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself.
None of the trials I've seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. No big deal.
He wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting.
Well, let's start with
A brief overview of the UR1 incident.
When it's possible to get a standalone audio file of Blackwell doing the silence bit, I'm pretty sure it'd be quite easy.
The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to this guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor in the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime.
very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting a conclusion of the kind. This opening statement's over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
You're very kind of such concern for the welfare of the elderly.
As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway?
Damn, baby, are you climactic ace attorney case? Because you are one incident.
Bobby Fulbright, name, just so we trust.
What are you doing here?
I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with confirming and threatening the hostages and all.
That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I am nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing his brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation, and through her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory.
I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was simply trying to cover someone. Someone else was at the scene of the crime. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. Huh? And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It truly goes in the face of the official rulings. Huh. And about the case she mentions, there were other ruling cases like that in the lab, but they were not for traveling. They were apparently for moving parts of equipment.
I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes.
At the last trial, they brought in that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock, and they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corner, at least, of the robotics lab, and that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case.
Dude, no wonder this guy was fucking... Are you kidding me? Are you joking? No wonder this guy was fucking found guilty.
They also have him, footage of him washing his hands of blood, and starting an escape car and saying, "You'll never catch me, you fucks." I murdered her just now, and you can't stop me. End quote.
I can see why yeah, really. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Jesus Christ.
That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds.
Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found?
She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in Sykes' family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident.
We also have an Internet Archive copy of Simon Blackwell's personal blog, IWillKillMentisSykes.com, with the post on October 7th stating, "Guys, I just did it. It was really easy."
In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death.
Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been.
So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi?
That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive.
Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor?
Are you referring to that therapy thing? Well, she's done quite a few times in court.
The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research.
Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it.
I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments.
Now, Prosecutor Edworth, are you seriously suggesting?
I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother.
Oh, classic. Classic posing.
Order the court. What a tragic story. I don't want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you're good, Mr. Fulbright, please refer to the notes.
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yeah, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go on the easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. It's like you two could jump up, get at each other's throats, and kiss. I mean, fight. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. Let's keep going. But that's just speculation. Ooh. No, Miss Blackburn was proper ground for her claims. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed to hold it and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. No, I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. They are a married couple. This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? Who took this photo? Who did this? What was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what's the conclusion? You're the one with the notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case?
Talia Hawthorne.
Yeah!
And how do you propose that he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a whole-grown person into a small box. Oh yeah, I remember you for a good day. Wait, did they go? Did they have a little date? Did they have a little date where they watched Phoenix's daughter do a magic show?
A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me.
Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. To my date. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. Well, in that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that? What do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case if they just moved that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes. Give you guys some time to think. Let's see. Am I trying to bluff my way through what we could have been inside that case? Yeah. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell would carry from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat.
I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is.
This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All I have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Hey, look, don't fail me now.
All right then, Mr. Wright, what's your real theory? What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder?
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of this cart in this photo. However, in this photo, taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part?
Speaking of which,
What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball.
stingy. What happened to the age of free previews?
Your Honor, about this robot part. Does it look like it'd be an arm for that robot over there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? The case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock. The case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm.
But was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene of the crime that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
Well,
Objection!
we can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely.
Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I remember I had pancakes. I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm belonged to.
It's, this. Hi, comrade. Do I need to explain this case to you, by the way, comrade? I feel like you've kind of, like, delved deep suddenly.
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought the machines heal the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
Happy just observe for now, running around doing the morning things? Okay. As soon as you're done, I'll give you a rundown if you want it, because doing that is helpful for me. So keep that in mind. If you're like, I don't want to bother him. No. If you want it, I'll do it. Okay. Make pancakes, making pancakes. Making bacon. It's bacon. Because he made bacon. But is the idea that you're now altering the lyrics to fit? Are you changing the lyrics to country roads to fit your Japanese house? Like,
Anyway, in other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko.
I am! I'd like a recap. Well, you're gonna have to wait for... No.
What in the court? What do I say? Prosecutor truthfully, what does it say to this?
Okay. Okay, what is the last case you remember? We'll start from there. Were you here for the space case? This is a recap of the whole game. It might be. I'd like to know why there's a robot and a sexy person. The sexy person has hostages. Last case, remember, had a guy called Frank Sawit? Well, then you don't know nothing. Okay. Apollo Justice. Growing up, had a friend named Clay Terran who wanted to be an astronaut, and eventually he does become an astronaut under the coaching of... I've eaten them all. Okay. But I'm gonna tell us to pick on anyway. Of Solomon Starbuck! I know that Captain Dumbass turned the knob and that somehow meant Rocket Head Man was not guilty. I'm about to explain that to you in about 5 minutes. I'm serious. It's gonna take a minute. Yes. Mr. Cosmos did shift the 2 rockets in such a way that they were switched, and what they were boarding was the museum. Now, the reason he did this was because that morning he got a warning of a bomb threat, which is the same thing that happened 7 years ago when Athena's mom, Metis Sykes, was murdered. The person that was accused of this particular murder and these particular bomb threats, which were the cause of the UR1 miracle, which was actually a sabotage, was blamed on Simon Blackquill, who was who was going to Metis Sykes to learn psychology, because Metis Sykes was a psychologist who was building the robots to have emotions, with co-worker Aura Blackquill, the older sister. Now, the 2 sites were switched because he knew the bomb threat was happening and wanted the people to board the the plane, the rocket that was not rigged to explode, the gift shop. Now, they couldn't tell Solomon this information because he'd let loose all the secrets because he can't keep a secret. So, with conjunction with Clay Terran, Mr. Cosmos drugged Starbuck to not understand what was going on that day. Athena Sykes, the daughter of psychologist Metis Sykes, grew up at that facility. And her fingerprints were found at the scene of the crime today. Now, the bomb threat couldn't have been done by Simon Blackquill, despite the fact that there's mountain loads of evidence. I'm talking mountain loads of evidence of him potentially being the initial murderer 7 years ago. He couldn't have done it this time, meaning that now we think Athena Sykes was the murderer both times, instead of Simon. And Aura Blackquill, to ensure that Simon doesn't get executed tomorrow, has demanded via hostages that we redo the trial and accuse Athena Sykes of murder. And we're doing our best to make sure that she's acquitted, and so is he. So we're gonna find a mystery 3rd-person spy. There's a spy that has been part of this. And they've are under the impression initially that Simon Blackquill was a spy, but now they think Athena Sykes was the spy, but we need to prove that it was a 3rd-party spy. Now, Aura happened to get Miles Edgeworth, now chief prosecutor, to be the prosecutor in this case in an attempt to have Athena Sykes declared guilty, because she hates Athena, because Athena was in her way back at the space shuttle place when she was growing up there. I'm not done. The bomb threat guy from the very first case, the tutorial case, has now claimed that he murdered Candace, but he did not set off the bomb, placing blame on a 3rd-party spy who potentially still has that device. Apollo Justice is on the loose trying to figure out the truth for himself, and he himself doesn't think that Athena is innocent, but we're gonna do our best. I think I'm done. Pearl Fay is here to clean up the office. Wasn't the white-dressed dude evil? We think that he's innocent, but he has taken on the blame of the murder to cover up for Athena, potentially. However, we still are going to try to prove that it wasn't him, nor Athena, nor the spy. No, it was the spy. Whoever the spy is. We're going to find the spy. This is Blackquill. Are you talking about Bobby Fulbright? He's fine. He's just here. He's currently reading the notes for Aura because he's the one in charge of the hostage situation. That's it. Oh, Juniper showed up because she was scared for Athena and was accused of murder. Yeah. Any questions? Oh, and our daughter is one of the hostages. Okay. I think I got everything. So far.
I have bonus information that Mikey would be upset that I spoiled, because we haven't covered that yet in game. But I have theories. How long did it take me? Was that actually 5 minutes? Of me like straight up Pepe Silvaing, like, and then with the 7 years ago, and then and I'd say like 10. That was not 10 minutes. That was not 10 minutes. Anyway.
Order in the court. What did I say? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it were the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case
does come up about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. Robot is much taller than that.
They've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by
dismantling her or compacting her? Yeah, it's disassembly. Like what?
Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Used to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in the Flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It does sound rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Except that there was a body on the table where the robots had dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Is it true? Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It's instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Which is a weird thing for him to do, but most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around the Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder.
My head, my body, where am I? Ah.
Order, we're in the court.
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Alright. That settles that! Case closed. No one did it. Let's go home.
Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Oh my.
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things like this straight. He's gay after all. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim isn't changed.
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. If you'll shut up for 5 seconds. And let me taunt. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. One step ahead of me this whole time. Again. Like usual. Fuck. Well, in that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Oh, simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwood from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body. So you're holding something, someone? That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwood was wearing. The victim's blood was found in the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A bloodstain? With a distinctive shape? You continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. The stupid headphones, looking like a fucking bunny dork, haha. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwood's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwood carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene, and that concludes the prosecution's argument.
That's stupid, Edgeworth. She looked cute.
Order. If defendant was indeed the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
But you've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but...
You can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
Robot witness?
We're bringing Polly.
Order to court. Now, Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him.
I'm just not a bird. Well, very well. Another witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you're the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot.
Ponko, have you forgotten something? Yes, I did the murder. That's what you've forgotten. You're the last person to be calling anybody inflexible, Edgeworth. That date was terrible. I should not have said that. I should not.
Hey, man, my own grandchild who just learned his own name. How precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray. What are your questions? He knows how flexible Edgeworth is.
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. What happened to that data? Let's find out.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable.
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild.
So, little Ponko,
You can give us your testimony today?
Dude, these guys seem really chill about sitting in a blown-up courtroom. I would not be so relaxed. Look at them back there.
I went to the robotics lab about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mantis. And then Mommy Mantis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in, and then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of murder.
I disagree. The testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
Well, at the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment.
What? What the fuck? Did Athena accidentally stab her mom with the bunny hip?
Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued.
I see. Murder after a heated argument, and the victim fell down. It does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Panko doesn't seem to remember anything about that happened after. that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
We may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it, robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination.
I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. With me. I'm very well. Can you two be gay somewhere else? Even if it may be, not a hater, not a homophobe, just a hater. If it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright.
I'll show you just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I'll stop working. I have to go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m.? Around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day until 2 p.m. It wasn't until, was it? I go every day at 2 p.m. Yeah.
Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean stabbed her with a weapon? You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If I listened to every voice, it would be... If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper.
Well, that explains why some of Panko's testimony is so vague.
It's a shame that a little friend wasn't listening in. However, we could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Mantis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart?
Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab?
These robots have a heartbeat detection system.
Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there.
They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats.
Oh, wait a minute.
That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Pongo, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. How convenient! Christ! Okay. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it would possibly prove that the hug was actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be held. But it does appear that it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Mena's heart started pounding, in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Uncle must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Paco's statement just now?
Yes, highly.
Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add to her testimony.
Oh, very well. Uncle, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Mommy Mena's fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. You're an idiot.
Objection!
How come we didn't recognize the emotions? Because it wasn't allowed to talk. It wasn't allowed to, like, register. It says here, it can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. But they're not allowed to listen in when they're not being, like, directly spoken to. So that means that they just weren't able to listen to the conversation and therefore actually tell the emotion. Hey, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray. I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Yeah, no shit, Your Honor. We just learned a new, crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what.
Yeah, no, not the defendant.
The 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Ooh, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of our little Ponko here.
Yes, just as we heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Okay. But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Well, then, would you suggest move the body?
And you know it's still in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Oh, no. Oh, no!
Oh, fuck. This is bad.
Okay. Athena asked you to?
And what did you move, little brown girl?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. Oh, this sucks. I don't...
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We brought scan them, tell them what a thing is.
Mikey, I can't tell you because then you'll be mad. So, when it happens in like 2 hours, I'm sure they'll be shocked.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform check and ID tag, it said.
So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do. Well, I do, at the very least.
Miss Ponko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way we could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept her jacket with the ID tag on it draped over the chair in the robotics lab. It only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes.
Ponko went into sleep mode. No, after she woke up, she was told to move stuff. And Edwards is claiming that she moved the body.
But she didn't. So that means a face cam can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it's Dr. Sykes.
He's right.
To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot.
Yes, Nemo. That's what I'm scared of.
Using the robot, she moved the body to the table. When she removed the sword, it was stained in blood.
Well, if that's the case, then I have a question. I'm so glad I'm not the one who told Mikey. Thank you, Nemo. See, now Mikey's caught up. Mikey's with us.
I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? Oh, no. You want a reason? Very well.
What?
You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn that from my robot friend. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe it read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? Oh, that's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
In the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed that my mom dead. And then I saw she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. I'll just leave that on there for Mikey. I look just like the magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting.
Oh, this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Paco's arm. It's Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. It must have thought the machines here the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistakes. Might be of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Oh my... Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand you word it as delicately as you can. And with all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No, don't say another word. Just... Ew. Stop. Gross. Fuck you. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she can get away with her crime. No, you said it! That can't be true!
No. No, it's not true.
Oh dear. What is God? What is God I say?
You're a bit stupid. Glad you're back, but you should have taken your brain cells with you. He's a prosecutor. He's just doing prosecutor job things.
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor, seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
But dismantling isn't the only table's only function. You can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her.
That's my theory. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it.
Yelp reviews from this are wild. Yeah? Either one, welcome.
But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way.
What do you mean?
After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if she had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation.
Phoenix and Edgeworth are both driven by the idea of figuring out the truth. While Phoenix is idealistic, Edgeworth is willing to roll up his sleeves and get her done, even when it sucks. Good dynamic.
Fair.
But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged.
This just can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claims?
Evidence? Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Well, since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. Oh, what a terrible and tragic conclusion. Defense has no counter-argument. See no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could ever have done something like that. What did I do? It has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing other than calling fucking Blackwell,
Who's taking the fall for Athena. Just
ask Blackwell to make it okay.
Edgeworth did the same thing when you were a kid. As far as I'm concerned, he still hasn't proved anything without a reasonable doubt. He's still a shit prosecutor. Well, he's trying to get his conviction. I mean, that's his job. He's like, oh, this is the truth. He can't come up with anything. No, that's it. And then if I do come up with something, he goes, you know. Anyway. There it is.
Prosecutor Blackwell.
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Jesus Christ, save my ass.
What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here?
7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been in my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness. I'll take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer.
Yeah, of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I'd not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But Little Bronco here witnessed a victim falling. In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
which would be?
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. Went into the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There's no dead body either, of course.
meaning that she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in the testimony?
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant and the robot moved something?
Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of law to a close today?
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down to hell?
Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. The truth doesn't come out now, it's all over.
Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder?
That's right. Let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across those sticks.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't you forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell?
Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish...
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but my duty to make a decision. If no one has just got an argument, I will announce my verdict and murder all those hostages. All 12 of them. I don't give a shit.
Edgeworth on the surface hasn't changed, but while his original intent was just convict as much as he could, the undercurrent changed a bit. Whenever he faces Phoenix now, he tends to go hard, and if needed, feed Phoenix a bit so that Phoenix is able to do his own part, but Edgeworth has to put up enough of a shit wall to leave no doubt. He forces right into like a corner with a mouse hole, and the guy like squirms through a maze, and he's like, okay, yep, and there's, oh, well done, excellent. That's every time. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's like feeding water through a maze and hoping that eventually reaches the end. Anyway,
That's my verdict.
It's really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I want to do it so bad, even though I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony.
Press it anyway, who cares? What? Athena? Are you feeling okay? Why is there a jury? No, it's just people that are in the pews. They had people show up to make it a real trial. This is not a mock trial. This is real. This is a retrial being held in the blown up courtroom because it's the only courtroom that's available.
Athena, are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
He really is. I could use Athena's help here. Her power might be the big thing to get through us through this.
Thanks, Dono. No need for you to chime in here and discover that you're innocent.
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me.
not being heard. No matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. Couldn't give up. I exercised hard, and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It's all to save you from this false conviction.
Oh, but Miss Sykes, do you listen to me? You're the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Venus, being so brave, confronting your past like this, might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who could be cut down easily. May God, Simon, may I hear the voice of your heart. I think I end there. I have to fix it. Oh, kid, I don't give a fuck. I have a single line in this. Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you out. Whatever. Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Okay, were you happy about that? When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion— Wait, I fucked up. Now's not the time to be messing around, Phoenix. What the hell? Sorry. Fuck you. How cathartic it was, and he's happy about that. Yeah. Are you happy? Go with that. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily received. Merely that. Holy fuck. Okay. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes, but the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It's just part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. It's afraid of that. Just have to keep chipping away at them, bit by bit. Did you update his testimony, Athena? It got it, boss. Yeah. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. When she did, I punched Katana in. Oh, now you're scared. Uh-huh. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness. What was it for her? I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. Can't be talking about that, can he? That's just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who threatened her own daughter like treated her own daughter like a research subject.
What?
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subject to yet another experiment? I thought, as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Riot? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Let's take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, that's new. It went up? Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell's lying somewhere in his testimony. It's a matter of fact. He's piling a lie on top of a lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to express his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? Evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for inconsistency with his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony. This boundless spirit gives verdict. Give up on this lost cause, and the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions, what should I tackle first? Let's try emotions first. Okay, let's go for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. If you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. Alright, let's switch over.
On top of Edgeworth earlier, which reminds me of one of the cooler things they did with him. Because you have all this shit like Phoenix has the Megatom, Apollo has his Mega Vision, he has a vibe check. In the Edgeworth games, he literally has logic.
I heard crying from the next door. Of course I was worried. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Crying.
That dweeb pose. Dweeb. Yeah. Say he waited for her to come in before? Yeah, but he's changing his testimony. He said that she was asleep. But that's not... We don't have proof of that. Can't believe he changed his testimony. It's not even his attorney anymore.
Set initial auto place emotion, just put it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions though? Could take a break and go back to looking for contradictory testimony.
Yeah, let's try his testimony. Okay, let's compare testimony with evidence one more time.
Heard crying for the next door. Of course I was worried. I ran over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. If you hand Athena over, no choice to kill my mentor.
Why is his reaction stronger? Yeah, or like a lack of emotion. Let's make sure that we're not missing anything. I don't think it's evidence yet. Because there's nothing here to like... Because as much as I'd love to say, like... The robot's testimony doesn't line up with this, it doesn't let me. So... I'm gonna go with the emotions. It's alright. It's just when we try looking for inconsistent emotions. Going back on. Wait, hold on. Could I have pressed? It didn't allow me to press, did it? He let Athena know that he was inside the case? Well, no, Athena wasn't inside the case. Allegedly, Athena is now... The logic is that he's holding Athena right now. Athena's not in the case, he's holding Athena. Nope, wrong, because the music's still playing. Impossible! What do you mean, impossible? Yes, it was updated, thank you. Why are you so surprised? Yeah. How odd. Why were you register surprised at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes full knew well my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. He ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight, so I slashed Ponko with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Riot, what's happening again? Just even more noise. Oh my god. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? How do I find an opening? It covers up with lies. Never got rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will are really as sharp as strong as a katana. Which should I tackle first? Let's go with his testimony, because I have a good feeling. It's gonna be about the blade. Feeling a dread, I opened the box door. Just then, Ponko attacked me, trying by cutting into pieces. Before I get into Athena out of there, because my Dr. Sykes came in, and I ended up Athena was right over. That smooth criminal slide! Oh my god. Because the blood's on the arm.
Objection!
Yep, there it is. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? Well, the ironic thing is, I think this picture's actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm when it was severed with the katana? I'm not claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. Look at this photograph. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so there must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes, but in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? That couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have been transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. In an Ace Attorney game, more likely than you think. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now? You have no idea what you're doing.
Its voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampant commotions there. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Wonder if someone ever recorded all the acts of perjury in these games? Every single time. Every case. What? That's how these games work.
Phoenix, right. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll make my grave. You have no idea what you're doing, kitten.
Oh, God. Prosecutor Blackwell, you're on the witness stand. You're obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All these complex emotions. They seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever you really saw that day is what's causing these failings.
You found a dead body.
Following the sound of crying out the lab door at the then. Saw the terrible scene. Well, before I could, the athena out of the curse my luck. Sex came in and I murdered.
Yeah, he found her already murdered. He's gonna hate me for this. He came in, saw the body being repaired by the table, and there's blood everywhere, and it's really bad, but she's not the one who murdered her. It's that simple.
The root cause of all these emotions is this. Actually, I'm pretty big reading that Mr. Riot. I guess that's not it then.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, she tried to fix her.
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Is that right, prosecutor?
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I've always believed that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too?
Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Dono?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
I think he's sweating, yeah.
Curse you, Phoenix, right. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
Oh. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart.
And I knew. No!
So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena!
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes would be awkward with people. Could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was so much stronger then than it is now, and those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. But why? Why would I have to done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Your love for you is real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That would have to be some kind of mistake. Could only be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more likely than you know. Punko was a witness, so I put her in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Punko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts to this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that you disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. To say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena. It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. You have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In line for courage, would the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now, we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Yeah. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. I'm already still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing and deep. Then I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle into my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer could have. I see. Thank you for your confession. This trial has gone on long enough. But, before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright,
Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember now. Any counter argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you're not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you've never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. As I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. I looked into the special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nicknick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Might be a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I do pray for one's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory's still a little hazy. There's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing and dip. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. Still. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now.
It's only on the blade.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting my blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. The blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it. There should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. Uriah.
Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. Oh, in that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. She said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix. Think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took my life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon or the same? Which weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course he would ask that.
I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again as always?
Does he do that? I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought.
What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something.
There's some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that it was in... that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence that's just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been used at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Taryn's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are the ones issued to Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. But besides the katana, no other blade weapon was found on the site. It was the investigation report if you don't... it was in the investigation report if you didn't know. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then there's something else you already know. There's a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. The photo of its contents. Right.
Edgeworth, you're smarter than this. Unless you're handing me this softball. You're smarter than this.
You're right. I don't know, kind of bladed too. Fine. Isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? But therefore, there's no other blade weapon in the room. You are the... I disagree. This tool could contain a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Oh, now, you seem to be watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see they do. What significance does this have? Call for immediate recess. The prosecution's brain has not been receiving oxygen for 17 minutes. It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory or pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the courtroom then if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to arrange the tools? This one. And what design is this supposed to represent? The GYAXA. The GYAT logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, GYAXA is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. How brightly the GYAT logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. Why? I take the stars and rock on my tape. It's got going. GYAT, huh? Is that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing.
Stixing under GYAXA for the Rixa.
And this is where the murder weapon from Terran comes from into play. If you're to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would be complete the GYAXA logo. I'm so good. And that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
You dare? My suit looks so much better than yours. Order to court.
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Shit. Very well. Suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana, take a look at the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackbeard carried it away. That does clear the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. prosecution is attempting to lead the court. That's my job, dipshit. I mean, you're the one that's going to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was katana or your utility knife. As long as you know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot skip the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Nuh-uh. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it? Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And thus the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth?
Damn classic.
I don't want to believe it. Can't be true. What if... Mr. Wright? You fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Please stop having a panic attack in the corner. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Give you a note to doubt. Can't look back, for it's the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. Can't lose sight of what's important. Believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her. To the very end. Defense lawyer never gives up on his client. To pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I'll see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Oh boy. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken a utility knife from the lab? Could be Metis? Maybe Dr. Sykes was still alive and she's the one who took the utility knife away? Nah, that's definitely not it. Someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a 3rd person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then, how did this 3rd person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, the person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering... their own face. Wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection? If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. Culprit used this in order to pose as the victim.
Got it.
The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How'd the culprit get around that? It would have worked if Ponko could detect a real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean that real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? In the case, then who did Athena stab?
It's that easy.
That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her, and they pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished his anime sequence, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to this hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Pongo Same showing us the moment of the crime. Yes, Pongo did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
But what are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence?
You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts.
Clocko's strange malfunction.
Swallow it all, Edgeworth, since you asked, Miles. Oh my god.
Oh, psst, psst. Stop. Psst, psst. Order. Psst, psst. Order. Order in the court. Don't maybe get the spray.
Clocko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Tarrant, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Tarrant. That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Now it's another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clocko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edwards said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition ability. Excuse me. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. Not if they were dead, bozo. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating.
What? So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer.
But that's... I'm... Impossible!
Classic. Hit him with the what the fuck am I doing play. Let's go.
A mask? The person I stabbed is wearing a mask?
Order the court.
Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yeah. I remember. Athena? What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? I had... Oh. I'm Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! Black Cyclops. Breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Gone. Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture
when I was done, I wanted to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
Alright, I'm right here. Safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench with a katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there's a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor! Shut the fuck up! Go on, Athena!
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and it dodged at first. So I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. Remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And then he kicked me and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. So my mom, so I take her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant was just giving us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Athena's getting charged with attempted manslaughter. Oh my god, stop. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yeah. The mask. It's my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Oh, this mask here on the wall?
It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn ordinary human being into a phantom.
Phantom?
It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell.
This is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. I don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Was it Star? Was it? What the fuck was his full name? Star emoji Damask? Mask star emoji Damask? Was it something like that? God damn it.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll be able to repay for all you've done. I'm fine now. As I can say without certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Oh, Mask, yeah. So it was Mask star emoji Damask. Yeah.
Tina, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at 2 p.m. to recharge.
I was in the robotics lab about 2 p.m. to regular recharge. It's about to charge up. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mentis. Then Mommy Mentis fell down. After that, I was charging, so I didn't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Mentis was really the killer in disguise.
Right.
They must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then?
I didn't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check.
Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
Very well then, let's take a look.
There, please stop right there.
They just didn't check? They didn't need to.
It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of crime.
Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him. I'm sure of it. Hey, he's wearing my mother's jacket.
I did. What I really wanted to say was her jacket. Jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes.
It's Dragunov from Tekken. He would do this.
I just say it. There's a slash I made the Italian knife that day. I'm sure that knife was under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said?
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew about her and that Pongo charged at 2 p.m. every day. So I waited for Pongo to come to the lab for a regular cherry charge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Pongo into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up until the point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
It's a nice theory, Mr. Ryan, but I'm afraid it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right here in this photo.
And that right there is precisely the problem.
The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirmed beyond a doubt it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. First, right. The culprit was wearing the jacket. How did it get back to the lab?
The victim brought it back?
Miss Sykes brought the jacket back to the lab.
I see. So you say Miss Sykes is an accomplice then?
I'll believe in Miss Sykes' complete innocence to the bitter end.
With the way things are going, it might very well be a bitter end for the both of you.
Shit. That was the first wrong answer I've had this entire time. Okay. How did it get back in the lab? There's no way the victim brought it back. Right?
Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Alright.
The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back into the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Scooter Blackville and the people who brought the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back?
Roll the tape forward.
Hi, Kajan. How are you?
Well, am I the only person who remembers which person has scar on their hand? No, I think we know what you're talking about. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that does quite line up. We'll see. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm fine. It's the whole day. Is that good or bad? That's the question. I don't know, Mikey.
The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought of that. Order the court. What did we do this prosecuted with?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hot 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in.
Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? The giant empty bag they can put anything in?
Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. Now, see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? Oh, we should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. This person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask. It might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean...
I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Ryan. Not that this was ever an official trial anyway.
Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth? Are you actually conceding? What was that? What did you say?
Shut the fuck up.
Is that true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
Can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Black were innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial?
Oh, that's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong.
Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Mentis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Mentis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. I wanted her love.
What did you want from her?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I wanted to say, if you'll lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Mendes' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom, the person Blackwell's been looking for. We're behind bars.
7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the HAM-1 rocket. Spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him. Background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him.
Oh, exciting. What was the lead?
According to the Phantom's voice, the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Or his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology.
And that scientist was Dr. Sykes.
Yes. Spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to HAM-1, Sykes' result in recording were surely among his targets. But its search for the Space Center bore no fruit. It was starting to panic.
I couldn't find them. Where could they have been?
Who's to say?
Well, I bet he's never let that one out of his sight all these years.
How in the world did you smuggle them into prison?
Oh, I have my ways. My butthole. What's more, my partner's especially talented at that sort of thing. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors of the underworld. What? I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention.
SJ. Yes, Mikey? I read the dialogue.
Just try to retrieve your identity. You bloody butcherer. Get my taunt. Retrieve your... and then that.
And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information?
Here, you can see for yourself. Take good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor.
I will.
Hold on to this really tight.
The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do.
Alright.
Psychological profile. Classified. Emotional input of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh?
Spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. It's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion.
The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness into our world. Well then, seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. It's not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand out my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
There are no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. Finally over.
Germa has escaped containment.
Just like the snapping.
Oh, very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, please take the stand. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Riot. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena,
You're more than welcome.
all right, if everyone's ready, I will now give my verdict. You?
Mikey. Oh no, poor Mikey.
Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackville. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us?
Oh, what's that? To be continued. You see that? To be continued? You see that right there? You know what that means? It's my favorite part of the stream. I get to upset Mikey. It's been 5 hours! Mikey! Mikey, I can smell the food for dinner. My brother's coming over. I can't just sit in here for the next 5 hours. You know what? Archie, do Mikey a favor. Can you tell us how much is left in this case? It's at least 3 to 5 hours, isn't it? Two to 3 hours? There is a stream tomorrow. I don't know why Mikey's freaking out. It's fine. You're Mikey, and you're